Okay, folks, good morning. All right, we're back working on our German half-tracks here. I'll put that away, but let's not put that away just yet. Let's not put that away just yet. So we've got the tracks that got put in pretty well here. We're gonna add a few more details. Like some of these sections that go along the side here. These little bins. Back doors, etc. I don't think we left anything on the front part not to do that we need to do. We're not going to do the interior. I mean, other than that, we've got the machine gun that isn't drilled out for whatever reason. We're going to go ahead and drill that out. Good morning, Ben. Sorry for a little later start, but I get to talk about something different. Woohoo! So I watched a movie. I actually just finished watching a movie. That's why I didn't. A movie that I've been wanting to watch for a while. And I had gotten really bad reviews of. So I had the best thing you could tell me is that something's not very good, because then I expect it to be pure, complete trash. And it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. And I had no intention of watching it, but I went into town. I bought some plastic sheeting for smaller to make for the plane, which I'm not really in the mood of doing right now. I am going to work on it today. I think. Not right now. I'm on a tear. We're going to roll into the next half track too. That's painted here by slopping paint on, apparently. Went to go see my mom. Came back. It was about 8 o'clock at night. Had dinner. I'm like, let's see what's on. And lo and behold, Gladiator 2 was on. Now, I'm a big fan of the first film, regardless of how accurate or inaccurate it is. That's about as good as Hollywood's ever going to get. Hollywood's never going to do better than the first film, as far as like historical stuff, right? I like the first film. It wasn't perfect, but 9 out of 10, as far as I'm concerned. I heard really bad things about the second one. And other than it being excruciatingly long, I didn't think it was that bad. Now, I don't care for some of the liberties that they took, but, you know, Hollyweird always takes liberties. We've got to put our little headlamps here on the front of this. That's what we're going to do next. They're always out taking liberties, like, oh, history's really cool, but we can make it better. No, you guys never can. Good morning, Marcus. So I thought I'd be able to finish it yesterday, but I didn't. I couldn't. It was too late, and I'm like, well, I got to start off early. I got up at my normal time, had breakfast. I'm like, oh, let's finish watch. Should I watch the movie? Not finish watching the movie. Watch the movie? Not finish watching the movie. So I watched it because it was like, I want to talk about it. There's things about it in the movie I want to talk about this morning, and I can't talk about it and say, hey, I watched almost all the movies and pray to God that one of you guys didn't spill the beans. Like, you're not going to like the ending. You're not going to do this. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I got to make my own. I got to make my own judgment on that. And so I finished watching it, and it's not as bad as I would have thought. One of you guys said that compared it to Napoleon. Napoleon was complete and utter trash with complete and utter bad casting. The casting on Gladiator 2 was better by a mile, but that doesn't mean anything. I didn't. The second film is basically the same story as the first, but ties up the loose ends. I don't know that it's the same as the first one, but the first film is excellent. It's excellent. I mean, I wish they would have stuck closer to history, but then there wouldn't have been a Gladiator to begin with. But and everybody that I've talked about, and most people like the first film. Like, I'd say there's more people that like Gladiator, the first Gladiator film, than there are those that like Kelly's Heroes. It's a pretty highly regarded film. I think the brilliance of the film, there's a lot of brilliances of the first film, is the casting. And I don't mean Joaquin Phoenix. I mean Russell Crowe. I think Russell Crowe was the perfect cast for that role. He was the right guy for that role. I cared about him. I wanted him to kick ass. He was believable that he was a badass. He was believable that you cared about him when you watched the movie, or at least I did. I think he was cast really well. The decision I did not like about the first Gladiator is remember the guy that was like his second in command when they were in Germania, and he ended up like backstabbing him. He never got justice on him. That was just uncool. The way that guy turned him in, and it's like, you know. And can we just agree that if Praetorian Guard ever gets mentioned, they're the bad guys, right? Now I'm extremely sympathetic to the Romans. And I don't mean of all times, but when somebody says the Romans, I automatically go, yeah, that's the good guy in the situation. As a general rule, they're always the good guys, you know. If you got two sides to compare of anything that they're going to make a movie about. So I'm not an anti-Rome person, but I can tell you what, they should make more movies about Republic stuff than about Imperial stuff of the Rome, because the Republic stuff, I mean, Imperial stuff just has some crazy shit happens in there with some lunatics in charge. The people in the Republic, I mean, there was lunatics back then in the Republic too, but I mean, made a lot more sense than these, you know, fruitcakes galore in the second one, in the Empire period. But anyhow, so yeah, Russell Crowe, I think, was a huge part of, I think, why the first one was so damn good. And this second one didn't have a Russell Crowe. They didn't have any. I didn't give a flaming flying dick about Lucius. I didn't care about the character. He didn't look like Lucius. I just didn't feel the same. Like, you need to pay these people back for what you've done. So that was missing. The The naval battle of the Colosseum was probably the most ridiculous part of the movie. Yes, they did have naval battles in the Colosseum. Sharks there, it's a false floor. The water's going to leak. You got to I know they were constantly pouring water. The Romans were really good at aqueduct type things. That just didn't seem very believable. It was way over the top, like done. It could have done without that. I could have also done without Caracalla's gold tooth. Okay, Kesha. Keshakara. That's what I'm going to call him. I haven't heard anybody mention that. And I'm like not into the music scene, but even I freaking know that. Oh, man. Scott does love the troll historians, though. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of respect for him because he's Hollyweird, man. He's Hollyweird. I need to watch it again, but I don't think there's ever a movie / miniseries as good as the Rome series. I'm a World War II guy, but I started watching that Rome series at the same time. It had already been out. I think both seasons had already come out when I got it on DVD, and I was watching that for the first time when I just got into DBA building Roman armies. So it was like the timing of those two things was like perfect. I don't know how you can watch something like that and not be like, I want to know more about this. And not necessarily from a Rome period, but the other nations of the sign. I mean, they should do that for other nations, but the information is not there. Like nothing's left of what the Gauls wrote, other than what the Romans wrote about them. Like, yeah, it's probably a fair shake, right? So, yeah, anytime they mention Praetorians, oh, those guys are the dickheads. So, and I have a problem. I like Pedro Pascal, but I don't think he was cast well. He was a little too much like acting was just like looking confused, right? Like he looked like he could be a veteran general. He didn't act like a veteran general. I know he was tired, everything, but he was just kind of looked like, a lot of the time, Wish that Rome had got more than 2 seasons. Yeah. Yeah, the thing I don't, and people are going to disagree with me, I don't like Kieran Hines. I don't like him. He didn't sell Julius Caesar for me. Now, I'm not a Julius Caesar fan. I'm not like one of those guys, oh, Julius Caesar, I'm not saying, he doesn't excite me. Never has. 53, 52. But he didn't, I mean, there's lots of statues of Julius Caesar, and he doesn't look like Kieran Hines. Kieran Hines is one of those guys that has a strange look, and a very peculiar look. And Julius Caesar kind of looked like a normal guy. And here comes the question: is who would you cast as Julius Caesar? I don't know. I got to watch more things, but I wouldn't have been him. And of course, the guy that played Pompey Magnus. I prefer the Roman naming of people than the anglicized naming of people. Didn't look like him either, and that's a good thing because the statues of Pompey Magnus in real life look like he looks a bit Nero-ish. He looks like a cartoon character. He looks a bit like, I don't know. He doesn't look like a real person could look like that. But anyway, so I watched it. It's not something I'd want to watch again, although I probably will when my daughter comes over because she's a fan of the first one. I have to warn her, it's not as good as the first one. Denzel Washington. Now that I've seen that movie, now I've seen 3 Denzel Washington movies. I think I haven't avoided him. I just like somebody's like, man, he's in a lot of good movies. I'm like, yeah, but he's in movies that don't interest me. You maybe 4. But Glory, which I've only seen one, don't remember anything about it. What's the other one? The Manchurian Candidate. This one. That may be it. That may be the only movies I've seen Denzel Washington in. Which, everybody likes Denzel Washington. There was a couple of moments where he got out of character with his voice. I'm like, you're not from the provinces. You're from America, boy. Kesha Carroll. And of course I had to stop third of the way in. Okay, we're playing with what emperors? All right, let's go look at some history. That's fine. It's like, man, you guys just skipped over Septimus Severus. Because Septimus Severus, I think, wasn't horrible. I think he was actually decent between Commodus and where it got there. If I remember correctly, I think he was all right. Pertinax was terrible. Was the guy that came after. I believe he was a guy he was an army commander that took over and his own army killed him. Like, okay, well that's not good. I'm gonna raise an army, and the same army's like, man, we did the wrong thing getting this guy and hey, this one's got headlamps, unlike the other ones. Okay. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's where I'm going to put it on there. That's where it says instructions to do. So it wasn't terrible. I didn't like the main character. I didn't like who they cast as Lucius. I'm starting watching, like, really? Derek Jacobi doesn't have anything to fucking do other than to be in one again. I said, well, I guess he won't be in Gladiator 3. I know he's a classically trained actor. He bugs me. He has a little bit of he seems a bit child molestery all the time. I don't know. Some people just rub me the wrong way. I know. Show me on this doll where Derek Jacobi touched you. I don't know. He just seems like I wouldn't want my daughter around him. American Gangster is my favorite Denzel film. Glory gets an honorable mention. I haven't seen. Glory. The problem with Glory is it's a Civil War film, and so like I'm automatically disinterested. American Gangster. He was great. I know everybody raves about I, Claudius, but who does he play in I, Claudius? I mean, the reality is they're all actors, and they probably shouldn't be near your children to begin with. Okay, that's the reality. They're either weird or they're around a lot of weird people. And why is it that every time there's a Roman movie, there's always some town crier, announcer at the Coliseum, or something like that just you're wondering, how did this Fruit Loop get this job? Like, can we just get rid of this guy? Like, can you just leave it at earrings? No, you got to wear like the full makeup and everything. Like, man, it's just a bit over the top. And I know that's probably accurate, but like, who would listen to that guy? I wouldn't listen to that guy, Weird, man. Oh, he played Claudius? Okay, well, he played the main guy. So he played kind of, well, Claudius, what was he? He just pretended to be dumb, right? Well, he was an emperor that didn't get assassinated, so he played some cards, right? So, Pedro Pascal's character. I don't like I don't like movies that have Belisarius type characters. Guys that basically give everything for somebody else, and you get backstabbed by the something else. I don't like it. I think Belisarius enough. It was enough with Belisarius getting screwed over. Belisarius should have revolted. He's basically, he's a kept man between Justinian and his wife. Like, he was like a badass in the battlefield, came back home, and then he's like, yeah, yes, dear. Yeah, I know. Okay, all right. 100 lashes to myself. Okay, all right. This is just a bit sad. Anyhow, so we knocked that one out. So we watched that one. 6.5 out of 10. Maybe a 7. It's not terrible. I can't recommend it. I can't recommend it, but it's better than the 3-piece Sherman Hull. You say that, but I just learned that in World War I, the Romanians put out an official decree during their initial offensive that only officers of rank major and above could wear makeup. So maybe it's people that start with Roman. I ain't wearing makeup, man. I'm a traditionalist. That's weird, man. If you wear makeup more often than your wife, there's a problem. Oh, this is going to be a problem also? You frickin' Italians. There we go. There we go. It's got some little burrs and stuff in here. How did you learn about that? Okay. There's some Romanian captain that's like, man, I can't wear eyeshadow anymore. Yeah, so in the Roman Republic, the guys that were in charge for a long time were guys that actually did stuff. Like, they had to go out on campaign, they had to, be politicians. They had to actually have done stuff, not just like, I'm born so and so. Okay, I'm in charge. Like, dude, you don't know how to do anything. Oh, I'm in charge. So when I think of Romans, I think of Republican Romans. I don't think of, Imperial Romans. It's just like, it's two different things. Isn't Patrick Stewart and I Claudius with hair? Or am I thinking of something else? A hairy Patrick Stewart. I've never seen it. I haven't avoided it. It's just not available. And everybody says that's good. It's in the Prit Buttar book I'm listening to. Yeah. Have you watched the interviews with him? With Prit? He's a pleasure to listen to, but I like listening to people of that, no, he doesn't have an Indian accent, though. How do you know he's Indian? Maybe he's Pakistani, wherever he's from. He's extremely calm to listen to. I like him, and I've listened to a couple of his books. I just couldn't get into the World War one because I didn't want to war game World War One so much. I got the 1915 one, I think. I think that's the one I got. The Eastern Front. I think it's the Eastern Front one that I have. Oh, you're going to be a little bastard. All right, so anything else? I don't want to put the pencil mount for the machine gun. Well, I have to try to squeeze those halves together. I probably shouldn't have put those headlamps on there either. Anything? No, let's just go ahead and put these halves together. All right. So it wasn't that bad. Infinitely better than Napoleon. Infinitely better. Napoleon was a bad story. Inaccurate. Bad casting as Napoleon. Sorry. I don't mind Joaquin Phoenix. He's not Napoleon. Ever since they said, oh, they're going to make a Napoleon movie. Okay, first question is, who they cast as Napoleon? Him? No. No, he doesn't even have a round face. Right? I mean, that's important. Like, facial shape. It is, If you have a round face, don't cast him in a gaunt character role, I think that this company was well loved because they made a lot of things when nobody else would in this scale. But man, some of their stuff is just trash. Let's see if I can hold this long enough. So that definitely was one of those, I want to see that movie for free thing. Although I wouldn't have walked out of the movie theater, but I guess you just have to be happy that, that Hollywood takes people, historical characters, and they may not represent them exactly, but at least they don't turn them into the polar opposite of what they really were. Right? They didn't turn around and make Kesha Kara the good guy or something like that, Caracalla was always one of the bad characters, one of the bad emperors, probably in the top 5. Although there's new research coming out that sounds like Nero wasn't as bad as he was, or at least that's what I read. I mean, he wasn't a good guy, but he wasn't that, Because I've seen Nero top above Caligula, and sorry, after seeing that movie, Caligula is number 1. Little Boots. Rod Steiger was perfect as him. He didn't do a French accent, did he? Stewart was in it, but didn't realize when I watched it. I first wear him in the film Excalibur. So I tried to watch that film Excalibur, and I watched it. I tried to watch it a long time ago before I played any ancient games, any ancient or medieval games, and I don't think I'd be able to watch it. It was just too dark and gritty. Um, and so much of all the armor and stuff would be out of place. I don't think I would like it, but that is a favorite movie for many people. I think Britain can do better. I think Britain can do better than love King Arthur. You guys can come up with something better than that. You guys need like an El Cid, man. You need something better than Arthur. A make believe character. If Britain didn't have King Arthur, who would they have? Like I press a button and King Arthur disappears from everything. Who is Britain's King Arthur? Please don't tell me Boudica. If you're not allowed to have King Arthur, who does Britain have instead? That's real. And King Arthur's fine to have if he's a real guy, but the jury's still out. I mean, there's lots of people in. You guys have a rich history of characters. Oh, make sure the texts are on. Why does it always default to that? Make sure I didn't miss anything. No, here it kept Richard. Which Richard? Lionheart? I think Richard Lionheart was a badass. Like he was a frontline fighter, but terrible manager. Or Richard the First. Oh, we could get it going. We can get some juices going with you guys fighting over the War of the Roses all over again. Us Scots have William Wallace and Robert the Bruce. Even Macbeth was real and died in battle not 25 miles from where I am sitting. Yeah, and Macbeth was a totally different character in real life than he is in that play. The only Shakespeare play that I care for, Macbeth. Why? Well, I did it in college, and we would read excerpts of it, and then we'd sit around in a circle. Yeah, how kumbaya. Look, it worked because Shakespeare's not written in English. And then we talked about what it meant. And then, so we all understood the story. But I remember trying to read Hamlet, don't know what the fuck it's about. Don't give a shit. It's not readable. It's not readable. I'm sure the stories are fine. They're just Mr. Barnes probably wouldn't like it. He'd probably say, "Oh, it's Tudor bullshit." Maybe. I'd like to think that the stories are based in reality, but everything's twisted if you start looking at it, through a lens. All right, let's put the front of this special purpose vehicle, whatever the hell SDKFZ stands for. SDKFZ. I can't use the Z. I just can't get on board with the Z, guys. I can get on board with the H. I can't get on board with a Zed. Zed just sounds like some, hey, who's over there in that shed? And my buddy Zed. He got 2 teeth in his skull, Zed. My grandpa Zed. I remember that 1990s Romeo and Juliet with cholos, set in L.A. but still spouting Shakespearean English. No, I naturally avoid Shakespeare stuff because of the language it's written in. Not necessarily a story. It's just, hokey. I hate Shakespeare's blank verse and his Ridley Scott views of history. Okay. Well, yeah. No, he was. Who'd he write for? Elizabeth or the next guy? What was the next guy? The guy that was King James. Was it King James or Elizabeth? The plays were written for monarchs at the time, and James is apparently descended from King Duncan. I need to. So there's things that I want to see, but they're not available to watch for free. And I'm sorry, we're already paying for too much stuff. I'm not going to pay for more shit. But there's stuff like all those historical things I'd totally watch. I'm like what's the War of the Roses one, the White Queen or whatever. I'd watch that. The Spanish Princess. I'd watch all that stuff. It's just not available for free. Especially since those two in particular have a leading character that's I find attractive. So I definitely would watch those. But then I'd look at them and go, okay, now let's find out what the real history is. Like, why did they cast this person as that one? You know? Because I don't really read things. I don't really read fiction that they make into movies. Like, well, I don't really read fiction, but so my only version would be like, okay, this is a historical movie. Why would they have cast this person in that role when that's not really what I envision them to act like and or look like from contemporary artwork, you know? All right, toolboxing. Tim the Toolbox. You know, I was just thinking of Tim the Toolbox Taylor. You guys probably don't know what that is. Or maybe you do. Depends how much the American disease has gotten into your programming there in the United Kingdom, but like Tim the Tool Man, as I thought about this, and you know, because we got toolboxes. You know, Taylor, and you know, the German language has those last names just like they do in English that are similar. You know, Miller and all that kind of stuff. All those task-oriented names. And Taylor In German, it's Schneider. I'm like, man, that's not even close. Like, there's no way nobody would know what that is. So a person who is a tailor in German is a Schneider. Found that out recently. I'm like, well, would have never known that. We got a little bit of a dent here, but we just ran through one too many ravines here on the Russian front, because that's where this thing's going. This thing's going to the Russian front. It's going to be gray. It's going to try to relieve Stalingrad. I think that's what I'm going to do with it. It's definitely going to be gray. Actually, I can do better than this. I can do better than this. I can be... Maybe I can do a little better, but not much better. Let's go ahead and cut these notches more. That'll allow this piece to fit farther in and be closer to the hole. Rachels, yes. Yes, I hate that name. I'm reading that book that I didn't know I actually had the actual book. Waddies, Russian waddies. We should call them Roddies, right? Russian waddies. And this guy keeps repeating in this audiobook. And then when the Rachel and the Rachel and the Rachel and I'm like, how the hell do you spell that? Oh, Rachel. That's better. Yes, the Rachel. And then you get some narrators that mispronounce things. Which is frequently. Oi! There's another problem. Damn you, Jason Isaacs. And I like Jason Isaacs, but what the fuck, man? Oi, it's Zukov. The guttural Russian way of saying Anastasia is always strange. I have no idea what that would sound like. Anastasia. Anastasia. Okay. I still don't like that. I still don't like this, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. This thing's beat the shit in this step. All right. I'm not worried about the accoutrement on the side of it, because those could vary. The door probably fits like ass. That's going to be my guess. An ass-fitting door. I hope I'm wrong. Boy, didn't this turn out fucking great. That's unbelievable. First of all, it started like a son of a bitch. And then I'm like, all right, I'm not letting it win. Persistence is the key to victory. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it doesn't. But if you give up, you're never going to get it completed. It's this way. Okay, so we need to do, let's make this flush in the middle. I have never tried to glue something together that was already painted. I've never painted on the sprue. Because the problem with painting on the sprue, let's say you do a good job of it, you're asking to have to scrape some of your own paint that you did a good job on to get it to glue together. And that's just, I'm just fundamentally opposed to that, of undoing something that I did well. I'd rather just put it all together and paint my way around stuff. But then I know I can reach it. Marcus, when does Chad come back from break? What was his break for? I thought he was like retired anyways. I mean, he's not that old, but he's, older than I am, and I thought he was retired. I know. I should just ask him, shouldn't I? I don't know. It's your turn to watch him. All right, who's seen Conclave? Is it worth watching? I've seen the first 15 minutes on the plane, and I fell asleep because it was like the second movie I was going to watch, and I see now it's on, and if you're going to watch Conclave, I think this would probably be the time to watch it, like soon. Woo! We felt that one. I had my finger where it shouldn't have been. Woo! I literally felt it on my finger, and it hardly drew any blood at all. It's what happens when you're not cutting towards yourself. It's easier to injure yourself, huh? I don't want to waste my good blood here on this plastic model. Nope, sealed right up. I knew somebody used super glue to seal up injuries like that. That scares me. Get something like that getting in your bloodstream. I don't know enough about science. That shit creeps me out. This is the part where I wish this was a little lower. I could lower it. That way I can work over it and not work over here and ends up being on the freaking ground. I call this plastic I'm scraping. I look like a parrot cage eater. Conclave is worth a watch. The intrigue is great and leaves you guessing to the end. Angels and Demons pales in... I've never seen Angels and Demons. Okay, good. I'll give it a watch then. Excellent. I also haven't seen the one where they with Anthony Is it Anthony Hopkins? Yeah, it's Anthony Hopkins and Jonathan Pryce play the two popes. Man, at least they got two people that look like them. They did a good job in that department. Oh, well, if it's going to be like that, I'll leave them in place and we'll drip this stuff in. Ain't that? which I think is how you're supposed to use this damn glue to begin with. I just never do. You had your knife roll off your desk and stuck upright in my thigh. Oh, man. I'm not sure. I haven't been in touch recently, but I plan on placing an order over the summer, like in July. I don't plan on placing an order with him anytime soon. And it's not because he does crap. We all know that's not the case. I got enough on my plate. And I'll say it again. I really enjoyed building things that are, or painting things that are not great and making them look great. I really get a thrill out of that. And the fact that you can get these things cheap makes it easier to overbuy. You know, it's a lot easier to overbuy when these models are only $2 a piece. And I was telling my wife about this. She was the first one to find out. You know, I don't hide this stuff from her. It's like, because I have really good self-control. Like, I wouldn't have bought all this stuff if it was like normal prices. Like, I don't have like this antsiness to like buy shit. But at $2 a piece, when am I going to find that again? I'm not. And I help somebody out. They've been sitting, you know how long somebody's been sitting on these things to only give them away for $2 a piece? But the one guy that I got all the Osprey books from, he had a fair number of models. He said it was a guy who knew some older guy, and the guy passed away, didn't have a family. The guy had over 3,200 unbuilt kits. So I think when you get to 1,000, it's a sign that you need help. You know, it's a sign that you need help. 3,200 unbuilt kits. I mean, if you've been doing it for 32 years, which is reasonable, we're going to do simple math here because, you know, we've only had 4 fingers of coffee. 4 fingers? Yeah. Because the rest of it's ice. If you do it for 32 years, you're buying 100 kits a year. That's a lot. That's a lot of buying. That's almost 10 a month. I mean, it's not out of control, but if you do it like every month and you're not building any of them, I've not spent a penny over 6 weeks, but looking to splurge on a bunch of books. There you go. Well, you know, you have to, at some point, you have to realize, I better enjoy the things I've already bought. Unless the purchasing of them is where your enjoyment is, which hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully that's not the case for anybody. Although our capitalist society would love that to be the case. And I'm not an anti-capitalist, but, you know, you can be too much of a consumer. All right. I think we're ready for the pencil now, wherever she went. Really? I haven't moved from here. And I have no carpet. All right. Sons of bitches. I did cut it off, didn't I? Maybe it didn't. Maybe it's here. Huh. Okay. Crazy person. That's the two flamethrowers. I thought I cut this thing off already. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of the obfuscation. I think I'm going to try to do a sprue thing. That's what I should do. I should do a video called Sprueing Around. I'll just sort all my sprues. I don't know. That'd be fun entertainment. I know you jokers aren't watching anything I'm doing anyways. You're just here for the color commentary. Colorist Maximus. Overspending is easily done these days, not so much when it was all snail mail orders. Man, I don't miss that. Write a check, wait till they get it, wait for them to pay attention to actually getting it, do something with, like, no. Hell no. There's some things I would not want to go back to. There's technology we have now that's not necessary. And there's some technology I never would want to go back to. Like, I wouldn't want to go back to mailing checks. You know, I could do without television, but I don't want to go back to mailing checks. The one modern thing I can't do without: air conditioning. I can't. There's no way, like we were talking about that I was talking to my mom, went over to her house and spent a bit of time talking to her about different things, and talking about where Lena's traveling right now. She's in Vienna. She's staying at a hostel that is attached to a IKEA, and she says it's super nice, but the pillow is like super hard. I said, yeah, it's probably an IKEA pillow. I don't know what it is, but she says it's like really. She's staying with her roommate. I think she flies back today or tomorrow or something like that. But she says Vienna has been her second favorite place, and I haven't really got a chance to talk to her. I suspect probably because it's so freaking clean. So second to Spain, her favorite place. So I don't think she took me up on the Adolf Hitler walking tour. There's actually one of the things to do in Vienna. I'm like, oh, Adolf Hitler walking. I wouldn't go on that. I sent it to her because I knew she would knew it wasn't serious. I'd like to think that she would have liked to go to that tank thing that I went to. I don't think that she would have been bored. She knows enough about the vehicles. Hey, if I want to get more viewers, I'll go do that and have my daughter do the interviews. Yeah, I'm not prostituting my own child for views, even though other people would do that. Okay, what is piece 26 and 27 go to? They're like little latches. Oh, they might be the little places where the little flamethrowers go. I haven't seen those yet. You watched your embroidery video at 3 a.m. embroidery video. Oh yeah. Well, that, and I have several videos like that where I'm not going to give up. You know, like I encounter a problem, and when I first got back into the World War II stuff 2.5 years ago, I had a bunch of models that had caused me to give up. Something happened, like I have another one of these that I haven't finished painting yet, but I couldn't build it because the track was broken. Like you put this track on there and there was so much tension it would break this post here of the idler wheel. And then you super glue that one in, and then this one back here would break. And I just like threw up my hands, and you know, the 19-year-old me just threw up my hands and just said, I don't know what to do with this. And I didn't throw it away. That was the first stuff I worked on. I'm like, I'm going to fix every one of these damn vehicles that I have. And I fixed every one of them except one. And I didn't throw that one away either. It is and I talked about this one with Marcus yesterday. It was the 3/4 ton Dodge truck, like the one that hauls a 37 millimeter, like in Tunisia. There's something wrong with the suspension underneath where there's the parts are all wrong, and I gave up on it. And as long as there's nothing wrong with the hull, I'll be able to make it work. How I'll put freaking sticks on it. So I wanted to show this to Marcus the other day, and I didn't know where I had put it, and I found it yesterday. Here's the difference. Here's the alpha and the omega. I know Marcus loves undersides, whatever that means. Look at this insane underside of this vehicle. Totally unnecessary. And this vehicle didn't have one. It literally did not have this wood across here. It didn't have any axles. They wanted these things that just completely float the wheels. I'm like, no, you got to have something. So when you look at it from the side, it looks like there's something there, right? It doesn't need to be, you know, completely accurate like this thing. Now, this is nice if you have it knocked on the side as a wreck, but these things need to start being about $1 a piece for me to start wrecking them. But the alpha and the omega, I'll build them all. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm only going to build the stuff if it's the best out there. No, there's stuff out there that's not so good that is just fine. Here's the other set of instructions. I wonder if those pieces are on here. It's funny because these instructions are different. And this set of instructions, I don't know if you can see them. Well, I did this one way back when. And it's not as good a job as this one. Just like the thread is completely, and I actually screwed up doing it this way, and it actually turned out better. So this particular one, it actually says put the body together and then put the fenders. And this one, it has you put the fenders first, then attach them to the body. That's not the way to go. That's not the way to go. I like that. Hey, it all worked out. It's all working out. It's all working out. All right, what goes up here in the front? Is that where the horn goes or something? Which side is it on? It's over here. No, that's the hole for a pickaxe, which I may not do that. The horn goes up here in the corner? No. Yeah. Yeah, it goes on the hole here. that 52? It is, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you don't thread that, how else are you going to attach it? I mean, I guess you could epoxy this down, but the problem is so much is going to goop out, and epoxy doesn't work great on this rubber. This rubber is a bit resistant to it, and it's under a lot of tension, unfortunately. Let's cut this. This is the part that I hate about small parts. Is that once you've cut this piece off, now you need to trim this top, and there's not you can't get enough of a purchase on anything else to trim it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go get close. And if there's some minor modifications, we can do that after it's glued onto the model. Okay, well, we're getting almost all of it off on this one. There's a false alarm, stand down. Okay, and this one needs to glue. Hell, I got a reference book. Let's look at the reference book. Oh, it's damn near at the front. Yeah, you don't want a half-track that can't honk and get people out of the way. That could cause a traffic jam. Yeah, and some of these just don't even have headlamps. At least that's accurate, assuming that that picture is accurate. None of these have headlamps at the front. This one does. Well, that's good. So if I lose one, I'm not worried about it. All right, let's get our... put it right about there. And I have a pair of rubber tip tweezers, but they're not worth a shit. They're not very precise. Come on. Come on, man. Where's the MG? We definitely want a 34 in there. I'll probably wait to put the machine gun in until we can paint it and not put all the undue pressure on it. Anything else we need to put on here? No, I'll wait on the tools until we get the other one off. Okay, I'm going to set this off to the side. Let's jump into the other half track that is painted. More tracks. Here's the assault bridge portion. I'm going to leave this in a bag. first problem. We're missing a set of benches. Okay. Adversity is my middle name. Ha ha. I've read back. I'm gonna go grab a soda. God bless it. I need my assistant. I just shouldn't mute anything. Like there's like screaming when I leave this room or something. Anyhow, so the six pack. Let me start over. Let's see if I can cover everything that I went over. This Oberst Helmut Ritgen. I think I've read about him in the Gewitter stuff that I'm reading now by Drive the Stalingrad book. I think he's featured in him. I forget what he does. He might be one of the Panzer Battalion commanders. I don't remember. He's not the main regiment commander. That's Hunnersdorf. But anyhow, he might be one of that. But I'm looking at this, and one thing that's really interesting about it is this little 3mm periscope. Not a 3mm periscope, but the this flap that you can get to open up has a 3mm slot in it. and then it'll open up. But look at the Balkenkreuz that's on there, how zigzagged it is, jagged because of having to stencil over it. It's interesting. I was mentioning, I said, I don't know what Panzer IV that is. It's a Panzer IV-D because it's got a single hatch in the side and it has this little flap here at the top they eventually did away with on the E model. I think just to get like extra air in there. It's just a little flap that's not very tall. Anyhow, there's some. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, here's another picture of this same vehicle. Well, let me see if their nomenclature is wrong on here. This is color plates A2. Panzer IV-Ds. Tanks of the 65th Panzer Battalion. Well, they must have changed battalions. Anyhow, let's see if we can find any. There's some Wintergewitter pictures in here, which are very hard to find. This guy looks just like Robert Duvall, doesn't he? A young Robert Duvall. Here's a knocked out T-28. Here's a Soviet tank during Wintergewitter with no snow camouflage. This is E1. Is it? No, this is H1. Where's H1? Oh, here he is. Here's Huntersdorf himself. And Oberst von Huntersdorf, CO of 11th Panzer Regiment, Division from February to July 40, and commander of the division from February to July 43. Okay, so he took over for Rouse. Holds a frontline orders group during January 43 during the Soviet position known as Rabbit Farm. During the costly fighting between the Don and the Donets that winter, von Huntersdorf commanded an armored battle group of the 6th and 7th Panzer Divisions and Army Reserve artillery units. Between the Don and the Donets, winter 42-43, in the morning sunshine, Panzerkampfwagen 3 tanks and SDKFZ 251 APCs advance into a Russian village still burning from their tracer fire. Down here at the bottom. Still, no idea on what numbers to put on the turrets of these tanks. Here's one with like the chalk camo. You can bet I'm not going to do the snow camo like that. That looks like shit. Yeah, here you go. The dash for the Mishkova bridgehead, Oberst von Huntersdorf command tank, in which the author rode during the attempt to drive a corridor through the entombed 6th Army at Stalingrad, is seen in the foreground during the assembly of 11th Panzer Regiment on 19th December 1942. So this is just before they drove on Stalingrad. It wasn't heavy snow. There was some snow on there, but you can see that there's numbers on here. And the outline of the number is darker than the middle, than the center. That's the only one? That's like the only pictures they have of that time period. Of the tanks. This is a half-track. SDKFZ 251 half-track to the division. Photographed at Vasilevska on the Mishkova. Okay, so I don't care for German renditionings of Russian spelling of cities. So whatever the hell they call Kharkov, I don't call it that. So this is the Germanized spelling. They use W's instead of V's. Vasilevska on the Mishkova in late December 42, just 48 kilometers from Stalingrad and the furthest point of 6th Panzer's advance. So we have some rough whitewash camouflage on a, this looks like a 250. So we have white outline numbers. And that's a different color than the gray, you can tell. So it's probably red. It's probably red numbers. This 520 is probably red outlined. I don't know what I'm going to do number-wise, but I can probably do whatever the hell I want, and nobody will care other than me. But I'm a tough customer sometimes. Anyhow, this one's definitely gonna be whitewashed, and I'm probably gonna do a hand paint whitewash on this one so it's rough looking, because it's already got rough fucking paint on it. Or somebody sloshed it on there. All right. Where's the fighting compartment of this thing? Or are we missing it? And if we're missing it, we're missing it. Okay, that's a problem. Unless it's in that other box of his stuff, which I can't bring in here because it's like fucking toxic. So let me go over there and see if I can find the fighting compartment. If not, we're going to go in a new direction. Got to keep the ball moving. I'll be right back. All right, we got some good news, and you're gonna see what I'm having to deal with. Here's the inside of the hull, which has been half-ass painted. Here's another 251 Halftrack with the bridge, and here's the bridge part. I guess this is a front of this, so probably would have been missing that one as well. Here's a separate bridge. And this thing is, that's whatever they use to attach it. That's not how you attach the running gear. That's not how you attach that. Now, I don't know if I'm going to go in. Why would you glue the track to the top? You need to glue. Ay, Dios mío. Oh, man. And if you can't glue that door shut, look at all that glue on the back of that door there. This is the kind of stuff I'm dealing with. I'm going to turn this into a fucking treasure. See, I look at this and I'm like, what do I got to lose? Is it going to turn out worse? No. No. But this thing is slopped on. Like, hey, we need to glue that. We need to glue that pickaxe on there. All right, I'll glue it so it'll never come up. Glop. We're gonna turn that into a fucking treasure. I think. I'm gonna try anyways. I know Jeffrey wants me to finish this Panther, and I will. This thing looked worse than that. So painting it, and yeah, this definitely has to be a whitewash vehicle. It has to. This stuff's so thick. Now, I actually bought a product that you supposedly can paint this on it, and you can lift the paint off. It is way not worth anyone's time. I did that with a T3485 that I had painted a while ago, and it didn't look anything sloppy like this, but I just wanted to get the paint off. Let's just say it wasn't worth my time. It like damaged the plastic, and I forget who it was made by. But I think in a situation like this, I'm probably better off. Yeah, why would you glue it to the top? Just leaving it dangling down would be an improvement. I don't know. Maybe whoever I got this from does drugs. That would explain it. Anyways, I got some other lovely things. Look at it. That's going to be usable. We got this SDK of Z7 Halftrack. Okay. I don't know who the hell this is made by. Maybe you guys will know. Here's one for Marcus. You can look at the underside. Marcus, the tank gynecologist. But whoever built this, and this thing is huge. This might actually be a 9. I don't know the difference between a 7 and a 9, other than the 9 is a monster. It might actually be a 9. It looks really big. They're like, hey, well, there's a sticker on here. It says Art 83. Let's stick that on there. And this is glued down. Ish. I don't mind ripping this thing off. It's almost like it's painted with oil paints. Here the track isn't too far off. It's probably not that. I bet I could turn this into a gem. Don't know who the maker of this thing is. It looks like a fucking 9. It's huge. It's huge. Rubber track. Black rubber track. I don't know what that... I have no idea what this is. I'll probably rip this off and paint it and put it back on. Challenge accepted. I gotta take befores and afters of these things. But you know, they still have the headlamps on there. That's good. And they still have the horn. So as beat up as this thing is, it's not that beat up. It's just carelessly put together. Here's another one for you guys to have a clue on. Quiz thing. Look at this little Kubelwagen. I think this is HO scale. I don't know if this has any value whatsoever. This might actually be a good use for a vehicle to actually turn into a wreck. The message is held for review. I can't wait to see what it is. Marcus, definitely an ass. Well, I don't know about all that, but, you know. Hey, I might be one, but I don't like looking at the undercarriage of cars. You know, like, there's nothing to see here. You think this is adorable? This might actually be, you know, those, like, wrecks that you can get of, like garbage and, like, chairs and tables and stuff that they built, like these barricades to use around Berlin. This might actually be okay to use as, you know, part of that barricade, and you have some Lancers hiding behind it. You know, it comes with 10mm size seats inside. I see stuff like this and I'm like, I got to do something with this. I got to show people that this is a piece of crap and I just made a treasure out of it. It doesn't take that much effort. A little mini Kubelwagen for use. It's a soapbox derby for the Hitler Youth. It's a Nazi go-karten. Go-karten wagon. And then this, I don't know who the maker of this thing is. This is probably Ari, right? We have remnants of track here. This looks like another Panzer IIIL. This might end up being a knocked out tank. It's got paint. They're slopped on and then they're slathered on. I think this is slathered on paint. You got all kinds of wrong things on here. You got a 2-piece hatch that's 1 piece. This has got to have like standing snow on it because like this smooth edge isn't smooth. It is just, there's all kinds of issues going on here. But the main one is there's no track on the bottom. So I'm like, okay, well, I can't make that. But that's one of these, just take everything for 20 bucks, including the 3 kits of the whatevers. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't want to look through it. These are the guys that have all those Pioneers and shit like that. But this is big. This is really, really big. This got to be a 9. Which is great because you could use that to like haul shit. You know, you could like, you know, try to tow a Tiger or something like that. Anyhow, I have probably 12 or 15 more failures to fix. And I don't lose anything trying to fix them. I mean, except I got to take a before or after, you know. I encourage you guys, like, you know, build stuff that's like, oh, it's a piece of crap. It's not worth it. No, well, I mean, it might be a point of diminishing return, but we will see. All right, let's attempt to put this 251 together now that we have this piece. If I didn't have this, I wouldn't have built it. I mean, you have to have that. You have to have that. If anybody can turn this shit around, it's me. So other people can do as well. They're just like, it's not worth their time. And they may have a point. It may not be worth my time, but this is the assault bridge one. All right, which is slightly different. Okay. First thing, only an amateur paints on here. Actually, I gotta do something. I don't know if I can get away with doing this. I'm gonna try. Your service might be interrupted. Oh. Oh. Okay. Hopefully that wasn't too annoying. But I need to take pictures before. Let's make magic happen. Okay. Oh, please have that piece that, okay, good. That would be a problem not having that one that attaches on here. I think I tried to do that one time. I think one time I'm like, oh, paint some parts, not everything. Like, why would you paint the outside hull of something? And then I'm like, man, this doesn't benefit anything because you have to take it off of the sprue and then you have to repaint the stuff. So I don't want to have to repaint something. Let's just do it right once the first time. It is a die-cast toy. So let me have you take a look at some of the stuff underneath it that might be a giveaway. The tracks are black. It has some details here, but then it goes to nothing. It's kind of just on the surface. It says Art 83 on it. I don't know if that's which would have been one of the decals on the bottom of whatever it was. This thing's totally salvageable. Now comes the messy part. So I'm gonna have to sand this down. If I'm gonna lose a rivet here or a rivet there, I'm not too worried about it. ¿Dónde está? No, we're not going anywhere with that. There we go. Hope this isn't paint has lead in it. I doubt it. This looks like acrylic paint. Probably craft paint. You know, like I said, I actually take this opportunity because this doesn't cost me anything other than time, and I may learn a new skill along the way. I'm serious. I don't know. Maybe I got good vacuums here. Could just use super glue, but I want this to fit flush against the other piece. The finish being sloppy, I don't care about that. I'll use this washable white, and I'll paint it with a brush because I haven't done that yet. So I feel like the freaking Australian Army Museum. Oh, we're only on one charge? Yeah, it's not going to work. That one's still connected. This has the old school charging plug, which is annoying. Because there's like, here we go. There's only one thing. Everything's gone to USB-C, and this is still on whatever that thing is. All right. Now, you see how these little posts all have paint on them? I'm going to have to use super glue for that. We're not going to take the paint off of every one of those little posts. That would be, you know, I'd need a life sentence for that to have enough time for that. And you know what? I'm probably still going to super glue this down. It's probably the safer bet. Because I don't know how much of a purchase this is going to get. I just didn't want it to be like, you know, all over the place. So I'm going to try to do something I don't normally do. And that's when I apply super glue, apply it in dots. As I tend to slosh it around. And this doesn't glue immediately, but I'm out of the standard one. I have this one, and I have the super thin one that is, you know, it's slipperier than merman's tears. Tears of a merman. And do the same thing with this side. The tears of merman. Anybody think I'm crazy trying to fix this thing? And not only am I going to fix it, I'm going to make it look easy. And if I didn't want a sloshy paint appearance, I probably still could pull that off. It just so happens that I want to do some snow shit. I got nothing to lose other than my time. I didn't pay anything for this, so somebody just got tired of looking at this thing. All right, as much as I love listening to the scraping, I need to beat the crowd to Trader Joe's. Try to get back home when done. Ooh, good luck. Hey, have fun being the best looking person at Trader Joe's. And I'm not saying that because I have a thing for you. I'm just saying that, man, there's some ugly people at Trader Joe's. I actually like that store. And ours happens to be They have some stuff there that's really good, like the Hatch chili something or another. Anything that's Hatch chili is excellent. I don't know if they make it. I don't know if they get it to New York, but the parking at our Trader Joe's is a pain in the ass. It's a royal pain in the ass. Get in there. Love listening to the scraping. Sadist. Yeah, Trader Joe's is not where I'm going to pick up my next wife. Meter's Whole Foods. Huh. See, it has been put this part underneath. I'm not going to do that now because that's going to interfere with doing this. I need some maximum. Once we're done with these wheels, yeah, then we can put the front here and add this. But I'm going to do a lot of laying things on the side and so forth. And now that we know that we're going to do threading, we'll do this, then we'll thread. Not trying to weave it through the fender, right? I think we had that problem with it. It wasn't that big of a problem. It actually went really well. The biggest issue was that this didn't have the holes all the way through. They were like half cast. There was like some overpour in the holes, and these are completely clear. So the threading on this one should go easier. Now, fixing this, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll figure it out when I get there. Okay. Onward and upward. Now, I'm going to make an executive decision. I love doing those. They're empowering as shit. You get a power trip on an executive decision. I'm not going to be super anal retentive about scraping. Since there's slop paint on here anyways, since somebody took the easy way, they're not going to create even more work for me. I'm not going to be overly zealous about taking the stuff off of these on the edges. That'll save me some time. All right, so let's build the inside wheels first. So we got 11, 12, and 20. Let's make sure the numeration matches here. Here's 20, 11, and 12. That's good. Those all look like the right piece. And those are going to have a piece that eventually gets attached to them. Okay, so that's the ones that are the farthest in. All right, 20. We did this yesterday, but we did it with pieces that weren't all jacked up like that. Whoa. It's not tomorrow yet. I don't need to start bending over. Okay. And then the ones on the opposite side are 17, 18, and 19, right? Double check. Yes. Okay. 17, 18, and 19. These all look like the same piece. If I don't do this, this ends up in the garbage can. Somebody else throws this in the garbage can. There's no reason for that. This is not garbage can material. I don't think I'm going to throw away any of the vehicles that I got. And there's some that are in bad shape. I got another one of those M4A1s that are built, and the tracks are just frittering away. Like they're like dry rotted. So I gotta put that on a base soon before I'm stuck with no track. And then I'm up a creek. Because I'm not gonna buy an expensive track for a vehicle that I got for free. You know, it's not like it's a vehicle that doesn't have any damage done to it. It's, you know, it got paint slopped on it, etc. So we'll put this thing together, but we're not going to scrape the edges of this. Because it's going to have snow on it. Okay, this is all the inside pieces, which fit on these 3 prongs, which are covered in paint. Now, one thing that is important, I do need to make sure that they fit on here. Unless the paint's on too thick, and it probably is. So I'm probably going to have to do this on all of these pieces, actually. I'm probably going to have to enlarge them. Just ever so slightly. Okay? So instead of scraping the edges, we're going to be doing this instead, which is a hell of a lot less work. And this is why a 3D printed vehicle is super, super cheap. You don't have to do this. Now, I don't mind doing this. If I didn't like this, I'd just throw them in the garbage can. But it's an opportunity to feel good about creating something that's basically out of something that's a lost cause. And maybe it'll encourage someone out there to try and do the same instead of just, I can't do anything with this. So most of this is probably going to be built with super glue because of the paint being on it. But we do need to take some of the paint off so we have a somewhat flush fit on some of these pieces. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a piece down, make sure it fits. Actually, if it fits tight on there so well, I may just have to glue it once from the other side. See, if I could use that weld cement, I would just drip weld in there. But there's paint covering both areas, so it's not going to grip. And then this one goes here. And then this one goes here. And then this one goes here. Okay. All right, the next layer. The next layer is 10, 13, 14, 15. This one and 10. Okay. So the other ones are these here that look just like them. I'm going to cut these out as well. I don't think there's any 15mm models that have separate track like this, do they? They have the running gear, it's all together. I'm pretty certain. But the secret of the threading is put that super glue, use that thin super glue, and glue it enough of the thread, like at least a half an inch or a quarter of an inch of the thread that you've applied the super glue to stiffen it. That made a huge difference. So I suspect the threading on this will be significantly easier than the ones yesterday. Yeah, see, this has got a ridge. You said you weren't going to do that. I break my own rules all the time. Thought it rained today. Didn't look like it. All right, these sit by themselves. That one was a bit extreme looking. Those sit by themselves. The problem is that this peg they sit on is covered in paint. So it's now shortened the height of it that's usable. Now, I'm not going to go in and scrape that paint, but I do expect trouble in this part right here. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it's that much of a problem. Let's hedge my bets here. That's what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and do this end too. Is it Mother's Day in Europe or just in Spain? This is Mother's Day next Sunday. Here in the United States. Let's trim these pieces on here. I may one day end up getting epoxy. It takes a long time to set because this would be a good job for epoxy, but 5 minutes just isn't long enough. Unless it came out of like a pre-mixed thing, which I don't think they can make happen. Long way. All right, and these fit in these other 4 sections. It'd be funny if this is actually less trouble to put together than that Airfix Sherman. That a 3-piece hull is just brutal. It's brutal. If there's not the right amount of, oh, some bastard just fell off. No. We'll do you for that. Now, stuff's hard to come by. The only place they have it here is in a Walmart. Not exactly a store I'm a fan of going to. Although the self-checkout makes a big difference. I'd rather use self-checkout than be frustrated with nobody being at the register. And then when somebody does come to the register, they got an attitude. I'm like, man, I don't need this shit. Not on my day off. And if one of these little things falls off, one of the little things falls off. It's not a big deal. And this one has a little bit of a burr. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's not touch this other side. There's another one that's going to keep it from sitting flush. Okay. Looks pretty decent, despite all the paint sloshed on there, which I didn't do. I make different mistakes. And the easiest thing, I think, is to paint the track once it's already on the vehicle. Like, I can reach anything I can see. If you lose a tooth like I just did, it's not a big deal because it's just going to be under where the track is. Does it fit okay? We need to enlarge it. We need to enlarge this thing a little bit. Good morning, Justin. Welcome to the junkyard. We need a little bit more purchase than that. We need a bigger one than that. Let's enlarge this. Let's enlarge it and deepify it. much better. Yeah, this is a terrible idea somebody had. Let's just throw a bunch of paint on there. Like, what's wrong with you, man? All right. So now we have that in. Now we get with some more tea. And go to the restroom. I'll be right back in just a moment, and we're going to do the threading. Is that a Halftrack with a soft top? It is. So we're fixing junk here. Okay? These are things that I got that are other people would just throw away. Or they use as is. And we're dealing with stuff like this slop. And this thing, I don't know what it is. I think it's an SDK of Z9. This is how I got it. We're going to take this top off. This one's going to look great. There's no doubt about it. We're going to get this ass clown out of the front seat. This is the biggest one. This looks like the one that you'd use to, like, you know, pull another like tank out of the muck. You've got some real duds here. So we got this little Kubelwagen. Ben's favorite here. Like, dude, like, this will be okay, man. Like, take the freaking flash off of it and like paint it, and you know, I mean, this is 187, so too small. I'm going to use it. What we're going to use it for, Ben? We're going to use it for a go-kart for the Hitler Youth. Pedal power. Remember, you'd push one pedal in, push the other one. That's how it'd go. Okay. Now it's time to thread, because it's going to be a lot easier to thread it now than later. So first thing on the threading, let's make sure the track is long enough. If it's not long enough, then you got to do something totally different. But the track actually looks pretty decent. Now some things are a lot harder to deal with. I got the Hasegawa Easy 8. Ow. I got a Hasegawa Easy 8 Sherman that has no front mantlet to the turret or gun barrel. Like, okay, can't do anything with that. I don't think I have it. That thing's too big anyways. That's like 1/70th scale. It's like a huge Sherman. All right, let's trim this up. Trim that piece. Actually, the track detail on this thing's pretty decent. I don't know if it's accurate. I don't care. I'm not a track Nazi. We're golden. Okay. We should do a video on how to do this. That's the problem. I don't mind helping people, but doing all that extra work and getting out of register and everything, you just have to watch my shows. You know, I'm willing to give advice for free, but you got to do your part. And that's just paying fucking attention. You know, I don't care if you got bad credit. You should be able to pay attention. Perfezione. Dry rot on the tracks. That I hadn't counted on. All right. Let's see how we deal. How we deal with this. Man, it's almost busted through. This was in the attic. The person I got this from said they had it in an attic. And I bet it's their kids. And their kid is like close to 40. So this has been probably in an attic for decades. Okay, where's the rip? There? Okay. We can do this, Tony. We can do this. I already got 2 other plans on how to do this if this one doesn't work out. Patience is the key to victory. No, persistence is the key to victory. All right, I relieve some of the pressure now. I got to deal with that, where that may land. It'll be all right. We definitely want this one in the middle at the bottom. I may not be able to do that. I may have to get extra creative. This kind of shit makes my work day tomorrow seem like a piece of cake. See, this thing's almost falling apart. Let's scooch this over. We can scooch it over a little bit more and still be all right. Now, I got to be careful because, yeah, see, this one's almost getting undone. We will win. Well, that's awesome that the 2 holes this went through were actual holes that were already there. That's pretty freaking cool. Better. Yeah, I didn't have a problem with the one yesterday because the track wasn't dry rotted. I think we can make this work. I know what's going on here. I don't think I can do anything about it. Let's see. I want that up here, back here in the back. I think I want it in the back. Okay, that's good. Just needed to dry a little bit more anyways. Okay. Okay. So that one's like this. Before I even do the other side, I'm going to thread this side. Actually, let me not do that. Let me make sure that we don't have a catastrophe here. Which I'm going to stop turning this thing inside out. I don't really even know why I was doing that. I like that even better. Let's have this towards the inside. I see a tear developing there. Yeah, this dry rotted track is a problem. I don't think it's age. I think it's age in a non temperature controlled environment. Okay. That's how that track is. So we're going to take our thread, which we have a shitload of. Liquid super glue stuff, the super liquid. How's everybody doing this morning? Happy Sunday. I may not actually have to thread. I might not actually have to do this on both sides, but okay, we'll let that dry a little bit, a few minutes. Let's move the walrus from here. We don't have something that gets laid on it or whatever. Yeah, I don't know what Halftrack that is. Ari Fujimi, I don't know what it is. I gotta hurry up and do this while I remember how to do it. So I remember to do it the good way. Yeah, we'll run it across the bottom. So we'll thread in through there. Run it across the bottom, run up, run back down, and then tie it off. That should do it. And hopefully, I gotta put a fair amount of pressure on it, I don't snap this in half. Well, this is never going to be somewhere hot again. It should be dry by now. Yep. And yep. Shit, I almost threaded this without the needle. Not the man, that's fucking cold. That's on low. You get some air movement. Not a complaint, just an observation. So much better than yesterday. Okay, and we can pull that. Instead of having something look stupid like that, look, we can pull and it's tight. And then we'll run it across the bottom, we'll do up at the top, and we're there good. We're good there again. And it's this long because I don't have to worry about accidentally pulling it out. I mean, the shit is cheap. That is cheap. And we'll come in through here. It's dropped cool here too. Daughter visited for an hour, ended up borrowing one of my hoodies. Yeah, well, I had this little fan going on here, and I'm like not doing a lot of movement. I love wearing long sleeves. And I can't stand sleeping hot. I couldn't tell you how many times I'm like, wake up in the middle of the night, I have to go to the shower, splash some water on my feet, go back in, go to bed. I love it when my feet are cold, but it's not that often that happens. Spoiled ass American. Hey, keep it down over there. Keep it down there, numb nuts. All right, fine, pull out. Now you go from having this to having that, from that to that. Now, the part that I'm great at fucking up, this right here. Hold on one second, folks. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, sorry about that. Video call from the daughter from Austria. Okay. Where the hell were we? Okay, this is the part I gotta be careful with. Knots are not my strong suit. So the last one I did actually turned out really well. I just need a third hand. Now, where is the... There? Okay. This is totally manageable. Like I said, if I can do this, you guys can do it too. You just gotta want to do it. You might be like, man, it ain't worth my time. And you're probably right. It's probably not worth my time. Damn, I wish I knew this 25 years. What'd you know? Wish you knew 25 years ago? This threading? There's probably better ideas on the internet. I didn't bother looking. I just know I've done this before. And I'm like, okay, if I can do this before, I can do it now. And I can do a better job of it now than I did before. Yeah, I don't want to create another. I'm gonna do it the same way I did it yesterday because there's a low chance. There's a low chance of screwing it up. Okay. Because if I add another another knot, which is what I really want to do, then I won't be able to tighten it, and then I'll have to come up with something else. Okay, so that's where you want it. That's in a good place. Where is it? Right there. Okay. It's done. Yeah, this is easy. It really is easy. It makes a huge. I'd still rather have separate link track, okay? But like, okay, what do I do with this? Do I buy aftermarket separate link track, which they may make, which is infinite, could cost more than a brand new kit? Oh, just make do. Once I fix this fucker up, this thing is. Somebody needs paddling. Somebody needs a paddling for doing this. Like, pick your paddle, and then when they pick it, you turn it around and use the other end on them. And hit them right on the bone. Oh, man. See, I look at this and I'm like, this is an opportunity for me to be good at something else. I can quit at any time. I can, whatever I do to this, I'm not going to screw it up more than it already is. Now I'm going to, for security purposes, and I found a use for this thin ass shit, which I hate. I hate this stuff. Well, it soaks right into this and dries really fast, so I'm going to add another one for security. Hopefully I do not break. Is there a chance that could happen? I guess there's a chance it could happen. Let me just... And now that we can see it, because it was like literally right in front of my space, it's like trying to pop a zip without using a mirror. Like, where am I? All right, and let's cut this thing. And that's waste. Shit happens. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slide this over, apply super glue, slide it back, and that way it'll be stuck in the place it needs to be. But I'm gonna do that when the other side's on too. Okay, next side. And this was the difficult one because it needed the 2 staples. I wish I knew this 25 years ago too. I have so many more tools and glues and things that I've ever had. So all right, I can either put it like this or like this. Which side's going to look better from the outside? I think this side. All right, so we're going to be like this. This isn't pretty, but it'll work. And you won't be able to see any of this stuff. Why is this rotating? What kind of horse pucky is this? I gotta be careful with this. Let's use the thin one then. See, I don't mind doing this stuff. Maybe you'll find some use to it. I just don't want to make a dedicated video of how to do this. It cost me a lot of trial and tribulation making the video. And then nobody watches it. Because making the videos making the game videos are fun. Making an instructional video, that's not fun. That's a lot of work. Come on, a little bit more. Okay. Good. Sehr gut. Sehr gut. All right. So we'll be able to take this bouncy ass looking thing, which is terrible, and turning into this, which is not terrible. I did use thread. This is the thread for the chariots. And the thread for the chariots is, see, when I say it's more difficult, yeah, because I didn't add super glue to the ends. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut another piece of thread. I'm going to pee because I'm drinking tea. Of course, now I'm, well, I could hold it, but it's not comfortable. And that'll allow some drying time. And we'll go kick this side's ass too. This is a lot quicker. The first one yesterday was really difficult because I hadn't done it in so long. And let's get away. Deal with this like you're grabbing a snake by the jaws. And it had the holes in there that you couldn't see. This one, does this have the holes you can't see? No, they're clear. That shouldn't be an issue either. And as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to try to take the easy way out and remove this, let me put this on there, and I'll show you what I think my tack is going to be on it. Okay, that'll dry there. I got the little, there's like those little wrenches that go on here to tighten things down. You know, that you push it in one way and it's just wrapped around that. I think what I'm going to try to do is release it from the top here. What? Why would you glue that to the top? It doesn't make any sense. Hot glue gun actually might not work bad either, because hot glue gun and a hot glue gun works as good as epoxy. As far as like the hot glue will attach to this rubber as well as epoxy will. Epoxy doesn't work great with rubber. Hot glue works, and hot glue is like immediate. You don't have to like do anything with it. You just got to be careful you don't melt something. But I'm probably going to try to release this, drop it, and then just thread from there. And hopefully I can do, oh, you know what? This motherfucker, what he did is by gluing this stuff to the top, he's probably sealed all these damn holes. All right, we're still gonna be able to do it. You motherfucker are gonna get threaded. All right, I'll be right back in a few moments. I'll be back in 2 shakes. Okay. Yeah, Tony's threading. It makes me wonder, what does this Sherman look like? It could use some threading, but it's not that useful. It's not. It's not probably not worth it. And this one, well, what's the issue with this thing? What was the issue with this tank? Oh, the track isn't long enough. The track isn't long enough. What was I going to do with that? I think I was going to solve that by. See, it goes like this. Let's not fuck up. Yeah, this sat in an attic, and the track shrank. It's like an inch short. I think that's what the issue with this thing is. Yeah. So what we're going to do with this one, when I jump into this, I'm just kind of thinking outside the box while that one's drying. I'm going to need to going to need to drill a hole in this. I think I may secure this with hot glue gun. Something like this. We would definitely want it on the top. So something along like this. Okay. So I'm going to leave a section that's missing and go ahead and hot glue gun it with some dots here and get that where it needs to be, and then find places. Well, and that's probably all I'm going to have to do. And if it needs tightening after that, then come in and drill holes in here and then thread through there. I think it'll be okay. I've got the patience to do it. I've got the will to do it. That's the main thing. Do you want to do it? Yes. Okay, well, then you can do it. I don't really feel like doing that. Okay, well, then you won't do it. Dan, you picked up a spool. Welcome, Dan. You picked up a spool of ultra-fine brass thread wire in the craft shop that I find works even better than the thread using the same method for repair and tensioning loose-fitting track sets. I bet it would. Yeah, because then you could just get to the end, right? You loop it all the way through, and then you could just twist it like that. Yeah. And they make some of that brass stuff that's actually like painted black. That would work too. Yep. All right. How about I do this? If this thing falls apart, I'll go to your method. I like it. Looks even easier. All right. Which one of these is the really long side? One of them's going to be longer than the other. This one has less of a bend. Let's go with that one. All right, what do we decide to do? We've been doing the backs and then do the front. Okay, let's be consistent with that. Oh, except this is the mother side to put in. And this is going to have to be on a snow stand. All right, so let me think outside the box here. That's going to be visible. All right, let's dial this back a little bit. Man, Walgreens are dicks. Fucking call you all the time. When I got your message, I would have picked up that prescription if you fuckers would have had it ready at the same time. I'm not going to make a special trip. Okay. That's what it's going to have to be. Good morning. Dan, you do the same scale stuff, or you work at a different scale? Michael's is one of those stores that used to be better. Okay, this is gonna be, I need to think outside the box here. I want to come in through that hole, because if I come in through the other one, it's going to be even harder to put it through there. So let me see if we can wiggle our happy ass through here. You happy ass wiggler. Let me think. It's because of those damn staples and it was falling apart. There's nothing I can do about it. And there's a crack over here. Dry rotting thing. Thing. I got it. I think I got it. I have a staple here, so I can tie it off to the staple. Then come up. Come back down. Coming back down is the problem. There's no open area for this to come in through down. So, how about I make one? How about I make a hole? And I'll put it in through there first. And it needs to be somewhere in like, yeah. I can't move. I may be able to move one more over. We're cutting it real close. Let's try moving it one more over. I'm going to splurge and go 2 over. Let's press down on that as we're putting tension on it. Yeah, I can live with that. It's going to have snow on it. I can cover that up. And now I have a place that 2 can go up and 2 can go down. Okay. Michael's used to be a much better store a couple of years ago. They eliminated a lot of cool stuff. And $20mm mid-lay war, man. Another 20mm person. Wow, there's only a handful of us. Like I said yesterday, I said if I had to do this again, I'd do 20mm again. I love it. I'm a 20mm acolyte. There was just everything available in this scale when I was doing it in the late 80s. This was only difficult because of the staples that were in the way. I don't even mind going back in through the same hole there. No comment. Okay, pull that tight. And let's just do it the same way we did the other one. Just not tying it off until the end. I'm going to de-twist this, not because it makes a difference. All right, go back here. Dan, where do you hail from? You said Michael, so you're in the U.S. somewhere. So now there's 5 of us that do 20 millimeter in the U.S. I'm a fan of mid-war. You know, I want the Germans to be more experienced than the people that they fight, but I don't want them running around with a bunch of tanks that either have white crosses on them or have no stowage thing behind the turret. That's just weird. Hmm. And I basically got these free in this condition. Like, that's a lot of work. I said, yeah, but, you know, these things aren't available anymore. I'm not going to pay 20 bucks for one of these, or 15, or... But free ain't bad. I'll take free all day long. Yeah, we can tighten this thing up like that. If I couldn't do 20s, I'd do 15s. I'm not doing 28s. 28s are just... And I'm talking about skirmish. I don't mind doing skirmish in 15s. I could do it. There's enough variety of figures now. All right, let's tie this off. I like that wire idea, though. Now, this is not going to seat as well, because what happens is that you've got all these staples that are here just by the nature of where they are. Out in the woods in the farm in Iowa. There's woods in Iowa? That was all like plains, man. Well, welcome nonetheless. Okay, so we got that right there. No time to floss. It's threading, not flossing, asshole. All right, right in the middle of that grappa. Actually, not yet. we go. And then we'll put another knot for good measure. Don't come here for how to do knots or shuffling cards. Man, I suck at those two things. Now, if I wasn't going to do snow with this, I could still put some of that mud or whatever on there to hide this shit. Okay? So, pretty dang good. Wire thread saving lots of frustration touching the tracks and based and the soil mud, and then one never sees the wire thread. Yep. Yeah, it's I'm a painting guy. Like I can put freaking. I gotta show you. You're a 20 millimeter guy. This is gonna be backwards. You haven't seen this stuff. I don't know how long you've been watching my channel, but it's the stuff I find easy. Here's a 222 armored car. Number's gonna be backwards. No, it's not. I'm gonna flip it like this. This is the shit I find easy to do. What I'm doing right now isn't necessarily easy. I can able to do it. Like, oh, let's put the girlfriend's name on the tank, on the vehicle, and let's paint it. And oh, let's use a German script. Yeah, shit's easy. For me, anyway. That I can do. I can do that stuff all day long. What I'm doing, this is like, I'm developing new skills. I'm just not going to give up. That's all. That's the stuff I like. I like to do that. Nicknames are awesome. I'm like, I want to do it in such and such a script. I'm painting Balkenkreuzes and all kinds of stuff now. Spend a lot of time looking for the right decals. Just like freaking paint them yourself. And save a bunch of trouble. All right, let's kick some ass. Let's upshift. Okay, we've got this whole mess. Well, no, now we're gonna put this stuff on here before. Okay, we're gonna put this stuff on here that wasn't on there before. Because it would have been in our way, we might have like damaged it. Okay? So let's take these. Yeah, I got this basically at a flea market at a convention last weekend. And this was sitting in this is a guy that I actually know, and his son had this, probably sitting up there 30 years, just baking in an attic in Florida. And the tracks are dry rotted. Now here, I'm going to do this because we don't want this stupid line across these halves. So the other thing is like we were reading in the book yesterday, this is one, they said that this was the ones that came from Czechoslovakia that had the riveted construction. I guess Czechoslovakia had a thing for rivets because of the T-35s, the Czech 35s, the Czech 38 tanks, they all have a riveted construction. So it makes sense that any half-tracks that were made there were done with that riveted mentality. But it also said not only were the ones from Czechoslovakia, but they were the earlier ones. So that means if you're going to have some late model 251Cs, remember you still have the D model that started to come out around just before Kursk, about that time period. any of these early ones. Oh, we only did one wheel. Farfignugan. And you're going to use the flamethrower Halftrack, which didn't come out until, I think it said like spring 43. Then you're going to have a really small area of operations between the time period that riveted construction SDKFZ 251 Cs were being manufactured with rivets. Because remember, the end of the of that construction was only a couple of months later. And maybe like a month after the rivet ones stopped being made. You don't even make C's all. They're all D's. So it's more likely for me to make a flame-throwing Halftrack as a D model. So I'm going to keep the guts of the flame-throwing thing and maybe convert one of my D's into a flame-throwing Halftrack, which is what I wanted anyways. I wanted a D. Now, there's nothing to say they could have just taken an earlier model one and say, hey, we're going to turn this one into a flamethrower. But there's my justification for sitting on that flame-throwing equipment. All right, so we've got that that's done. Let's cut this piece off, and hopefully they didn't decide to paint all over this piece. They didn't. But with this sitting in the attic, I got to be really careful with the brittleness of this plastic. Extra careful. Now, luckily, that's a pretty tight fit in there because of the extra paint that's sloshed on both pieces. So we'll have to use super glue. I don't want to scrape paint in these tiny little places just to get the weld cement work, which is my preference. I like the weld cement. Despite going a bit crazy hearing all the time. Ah, Snapdragon. Oh, I missed the people this morning that just stumbled onto my channel and always say and type in a way that sounds like, "What you doing? What's going on here?" All right, and I'm glad I put the other one on first. I can't use all this, scrape all this paint off that I did not put on there. I'm definitely a fan of I'm putting everything together and then painting things. So this isn't my doing. this piece doesn't fit in there. I don't think it ever did. Now here, we can use the weld cement. Because there's no paint on there. Sloppy ass fit. I'm going to enlarge these. Just for good measure. And so I've done stuff and I said, listen, I know you're looking for this. I did this the other day on my channel. Well, I don't have time to watch your whole show. I was like, there is a fast forward button. It's not like there's going to be a quiz or something. If you want to know something, if you ask me something and I'm willing to tell you, but you're not willing to watch my show, and I can't spoon feed you any more than that. Like that painting guy I was talking about yesterday, I said, hey, he wanted me to paint stuff for him. I said, I don't paint things for people. I'm sorry. Oh, I just want to know how to do this. I said, well, what is it you want to do? Maybe I can do a live session where I'm doing exactly the type of things you're looking for, and I'll tell you exactly how I would do it. And you can make what you want of that. I'm not forcing people to do things that way, but maybe it'll be like, like Dan was just thinking about, hey, use wire to thread, help you think outside the box, solve some issues. I ain't got time to watch that. I said, okay, well, I can't help you then. All right, we're going to let this joker sit there for a little bit. We should be good. Where does this take us? Where does this take us next? The fenders. We're not doing the fenders until the two halves are together. We're not ready to do the two halves. Okay, we'll put together whatever the hell is left of the interior of this, which has been violated in many ways. Shows perfect background in modeling sessions, either live or later as it works. Well, I am superbly happy, my friend, because this is what I used to do. I used to listen to talk radio, but I don't care about politics. I don't care about sports. So you don't throw those two things out. There's no talk radio. And I just want something to listen to. And I like talk radio because you didn't know what was going to happen next, right? It wasn't very predictable. So kind of didn't have that. Then I did, Audible, books on tape, whatever you want to call it. And the problem with that, I'm going to go ahead and scrape this little bit of, so we can use the weld cement. The problem with that is that I like to listen to things that are really, really complicated. And I find myself, like, after a while, like, oh shit, that's really interesting. Where are they now? And so that doesn't work either. So I just started doing this. I started hobbying many years ago with a friend of mine that would come over once a week. And I was not this productive. I am infinitely more productive now than I've ever been. Even if I'm hopping around from thing to thing, I'm still doing something. And glad to have you by, man. Don't move. Okay. They put kind of all the other stuff in there already. They want you to put the halves together now. I'm like, all right, well, no. They slapped this paint on it. Let's trim some of this off while the bench dries. I've actually never had anything be a problem because of dry rot. But this house is temperature controlled 73 degrees at the most. That's right, I forgot to check. We're supposed to have gotten rain. I better soak that all up. This place is major drought. Yeah, you can't even fucking tell. You can't even tell. Justin, I bet you play Blood Bowl and have your own rules. I'm sure there's something that could be improved. I still find it so weird to play a game that the manufacturers make the miniatures and the rules. Like, well, it didn't exist when I was wargaming. Like, that wasn't a thing. Yeah, this will end up looking just fine. Now this paint all slopped over the inside of this. So I'm not going to make any attempt to try to undo that. Now let's use one of my new favorite tools. No, because I have to put too much pressure on it. Let's do this. Grab it like this. I got to use super glue. Dot there, dot there, dot there, dot there, dot there, dot there. Wish it wasn't so gooey. I'm gonna have to put it in and slide it back. And try not to get it all over the walls. I don't, one thing I've never liked about Games Workshop is their rule books are too beautiful to use. That sounds stupid, but I just, I come from a, I come from a background that you take care of books. And when you're learning to play a set of rules, you can't take care of books, man. You're flipping back and forth trying to figure out rules all the time. Okay. The fit on this isn't great, but it'll work. Uh-huh. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be all right. You're missing painting panzers. Oh, well. I'll have to catch them later. So are you, or maybe you're over there. It's okay. You'll be back. Last couple of sessions I've seen is, he gets caught into the talking and then doesn't get anything done, which is fine. The whole point of this is therapy. How you choose to do your therapy. At least that's what it is for me. Doesn't matter. I don't get to talk to anybody other than you guys about this stuff. Nobody. Nobody wants to listen. Maybe there's your sign. Yeah, I can't just leave to go over there and there's people watching this. That's not cool. If nobody was on here, yeah, I'd go over there. Yeah, that one episode I was really active with them on. I was just kind of sitting. I was outside of. I was not in town. Didn't have anything to work on. I'm like, all right, well, let's just text away. And it's a problem texting people because I'm a bit of a spelling Nazi, and I'm also fat fingered, so not a good combination with the two things. You're watching you, painting panzers, and tabletop minions. Oh, you got one of them picture in picture? Am I the biggest picture? Tabletop minions. I'm not sure I know who that is. Painting Panzers needs to come up with tell me what colors he uses for Vallejo for the SS, and I'll go with him. I'll try his first. Of course, this is more empowering, like taking these pieces of junk and bringing and saving them than anything else. And this isn't going to be perfect, but it'll be perfect enough, especially because we're going to slop on whitewash on this thing. All right. Was ready for me to put the end cap on? Okay. Well, the end cap doesn't have any paint on it. Somehow it survived. Somebody getting a hold of them and not. I think it doesn't have any paint, or is this a different color? No, there's paint on here. Cheat just towards the inside. So we don't have this goop that squeezes out like a mayo in a sandwich or something. Okay. Working on terrain. Yeah, I need to finish my plane. I need to work on my plane, but man, I got excited about this. It's okay. It's over there in there. Over here in Paintlandia. Hardest thing I've ever put together is that holder for the Viejo paints. That thing was a mother to put together. That's the hardest thing I've ever put together. Nothing is more difficult than that. And that's something that shouldn't have been that difficult. But there was like no margin of error on it. And I had painted it. So I thickened over it's all MDF. And I thickened the paint so then it wouldn't fit in the slots. And I had this idea that, I'll be done in one day. I'll build it one day and paint it the next, and I'll be good. It took me like 7 days. And you had to put a lot of force, but you couldn't like flex it at all, because if not, it'd snap. Just anything that involves putting like a lot of horsepower behind something and then but it's also breakable is not a good combination. All right, let's flip this joker upside down. Let's put this tow hook on here. Let's find the tow hook and pray it's not painted. Here it is. Jeffrey, were you able to ID what? It's the first thing I'm going to do when I sign off of here. ID what the heck this is. I hope it's an I. Looks much bigger than a 7. I don't know so much about the soft skins. Yeah, it does look like a 9. I just can't tell the difference between a 7 and a 9 just by size alone. And I'd rather it be a 9 than a 7 because they're harder to come by. This vision watch YouTube called Trench Diaries, called Bloodlust and Snow. Panzer tank commander from pre-war training to Leningrad, then Moscow in his Skoda 25T Super Sport tank. Huh. What's it called? Trench Diaries. Blood, Dust, and Snow. I don't have any 35s yet. I'd like to have like 6 of them and then put that KV. Well, that's a foregone conclusion. You can't knock her out. Not in this game. Okay, that's done. Okay, that accomplishes everything here. And this piece, we've done that. We've done the road wheels and we've done that portion there. There's things to add to the fenders, which I'm not doing until the end. And I'm not gluing these things until the end like I did with the other one. So what does it want me to do next? Oh, it wants me to put the fenders on. Is there anything left after that? The bridge laying thing. I'm not making this one the bridge layer. I already have one bridge layer, that's enough. And I have a D that's 3D printed that's also bridge layers. 2 bridge layers enough. I'm gonna have about, I think, 11 of these Halftracks of all kinds. That's plenty. The side grill might be the way to tell. Sent you a Facebook link for truck on Facebook. Oh, why did it disconnect? Assuming it's an accurate depiction. I have a feeling this isn't going to fit well worth a damn. I hope I'm wrong. Oh my God, this paint is slopped on here. Mein Gott. Talk about engaging all the goofy multi-turret early war Russian tanks you have built, as well as Christie's up to T-35. T-34 is very interesting. All right, I'm going to write down the name of what that is. I will check that out. It's not... Oh. Let's see. Trench Diaries. Right? Blood and Snow. Blood, Dust, and Snow. It's probably blood, comma, dust, comma, and snow. Okay, I'll put on here Dan. You got that name in early. Unless you can change maybe some interesting scenario ideas for you as an actual commentary from the time. Yeah, I know that there's the one action that all the Czech 35s were all in the 6th Panzer Division. And they didn't survive the winter. They only made it to the winter. And I have the book on Audible of the commander of the 6th Panzer Division, Gerhard, I think it's actually Erhard Raus, and it's not readable. he is so self grandizing. It's ridiculous. It's just way over the top. Like, everybody sucks but him, you know, like, okay, dude, you know, it is a team effort. Who's actually an Austrian. He's from Austria, or was from Austria. Anyhow, and he's got he's got a book called Panzer Operations on the Eastern Front. That's the one that there's lots of different versions on. He's got some tactical maps, and one of the scenarios, it's the famous scenario where there was a KV that held up the entire advance of the Panzer Division for a week, a few days. I forgot what it is, but it was a whole Panzer Division, one tank holding it up. And the story goes something along the lines of, this tank shows up, they send the tanks, and the Czech 35s are the only tanks in that division other than Panzer IIs, which are used in a semi-recon role, and the Panzer IVs in the heavy company, or the medium company as they're called, have a handful of those in the division, maybe 40 at the most. You know, 150 of the, or more of the Panzer 35s. They encounter this KV, can't deal with it in multiple ways. You know, they trashes the tanks to try to go around them. He finds out where they are. You know, they shoot them up. They call in 88s. 88s get into position. KV sees them, fires at the 88s, knocks them out. Because an 88 will knock out a KV. I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion, but it can at a distance. They try multiple things. And finally, what finally works is they end up having to basically send assault engineers at night, overwhelm it at night, and use demolition charges. But it holds up the Panzer Division for a long time. And like, the Germans didn't know that they had all these super heavy tanks. I mean, the Germans were good at a lot of things. One of the things that they were the worst at was gathering intelligence. They were really bad about gathering intelligence. There's so many, gotchas that happened to them. And I'm not saying, surprises because they got the Ultra was red. I just mean just like regular, just stuff that they didn't know. Like, whoops. Happened to them all the time. This has a bend in it too, just like mine did. Just like that other one I just built. I'm not going to put this in hot water. I don't have good. I've had bad childhood experiences with hot water and models. Okay, that's not fitting in well in that particular one. So let's just make it bigger. But the one I was reading was, because these are going to be for the 6th Panzer Division, but in 1942, this was one of the unit was the lead unit in Wintergewitter, which was the relief to Stalingrad, which didn't make it, which was the same unit. Of course, it's equipped in after that issue with a KV2. I mean, that division was ground down to nothing. It got sent to France to regroup, and then it got redeployed with long-barreled Panzer IIIs and long-barreled Panzer IVs. There's actually and the book that's written by Horst Scheibert, who's written a bunch of like Schiffer. He did a lot of Schiffer Publications books. He actually was one of the writers on the Osprey Grossdeutschland book. His book is which actually has some other stuff in it as well, because it has things from Soviet sources, is actually really detailed to the point where it's like, it tells you like what company is doing what. So, I'm filling in the blanks, like, okay, those guys would be number 601, 602, the tanks, like doing all the modeling madness that I like to do, trying to figure out what tank is which one. And I really enjoy doing that kind of stuff. But sometimes you just have to invent it. And he gives you a lot of details. So it's actually a pretty interesting read. I had to stop reading it because I was losing so much of the valuable information that's being provided about in the book because I was driving, you know, and I was like, I needed to like take notes for that. But the Rouse part of the other book is like, it's too much of it. It reads like a don't blame me, I did everything I could to win the war. Like, you know, don't blame me because the Germans didn't win. And I'm not interested in reading propaganda. Just tell me what you saw happen. That's what I'm interested in. Yeah, I'll watch that video. There's some videos out there that are incredible. The operations room group videos are excellent. Give you a lot of tactical detail, which is what my thing is. I'm turning into a bit of a modeling necromancer. Like, oh, you thought this thing was dead? Guess again. No, let's not do that. Let's do this. And then let's butter the toast like this. We're going to go next to this. We're skipping all the tools. The little boxes that go on the side. The machine gun and the, or really the pencil gun. I'll put the machine guns on later. And then it's good to go. It's done. Oh, rear doors. Oh, that's going to be fun. Not going to fit worth a damn, I bet. Modeling necromancy. There's a sense of relief. Like, I don't care how bad you do. It's not going to be, you know, the thing's not usable the way it is. Great. I should have drilled this out first. And I have another one of these that I did build. No, that one was legitimately mine. Originally mine. Still hasn't gone through. You're working on, I know I made this time for a 6x18 table, although you have 6x6 reserved for some knights and rusty armor. Micro armor or just staging stuff for your setup? Yeah, that's a good size. 16 feet, 18 feet. That's a great size. That's a really good size. Yeah, I'm going to make a snow mat that's, I think it's like 7 foot by 9 foot or something like that, which is still like point blank. And I'm playing in actual scale. So, you know, even an 8-foot table is only 200 meters across, which is like point blank range. Now, a lot of stuff happens within 200 meters. Because, you know, all you hear is these long ass engagements, you know, National Orange shooting at something, you know, 2 clicks away. Yeah, that happens too, but then there's also almost ramming distance stuff. You think I have a Hasegawa 7? Oh, it couldn't be a 9? Well, oh well. It's not likely to have been a 9. It's big. If it's a 7, I'll probably do it for the desert. I have an 88. That's not put together. Yeah, it is. It's not painted. The Italy one. Unfortunately, it's in deployed mode only. I think the 88 looks great firing while limbered. That's a great looking vehicle. This fits better than the other one. Go figure. All right, I'm going to enlarge this a little bit. Jeffrey, have you played that demo for Strategos or Strategos? It just got dropped a couple days ago. I still haven't done it. Strategos. Totally looks like a Total War series. It's got to be the same people working on it. Not seen it. Only Strategos I've played is the old board game with hidden units. Yeah, they just dropped it on Steam. I want to say on Friday I saw it. Might have been Thursday. All right, we're going to glue this into place. And I haven't played whatchamacallit in a long time either. Fire and whatever the hell it's called. Their Ancients game. Slytherin's Ancient game. There's some things I really like about it, but I don't like that there's no general. I don't like that. And I also don't like that you can do whatever you want with each unit every turn as long as they're in good order. I like some kind of pippery. Pippery. I've played a fair number of it. What the hell's it called? You know what I'm talking about. The one that's, man, talk about something that's codexed to death. And you get it, oh, I'll be able to use these. Oh, no, they haven't released these units yet. I'm like, what? Your rules are a logarithmic scale with small arms ranges as the standard 4-inch pistol to 36 for light machine gun. Makes your scale about 2 miles wide, 4 long. Logarithmic. What does that mean? Does that mean it's condensed? Is it like what's that naval game that I have that's not consistent? Shipwreck. I've played it. Want to. I'm just my interest in learning new rules is like nil. It doesn't provide any joy. It's funny. I never took that logarithmic stuff in college. Never did. Larger weapon skill down in range. Okay. Yeah. I never took it. Cosine. Nope. What I did is I taught myself enough to do. I mean, I was good at geometry. That if I have to use it, I can go online and like use it for war game related stuff. Like my favorite thing is how close can a tank fire to itself with the main armament? Because you got a tank here, and you got maximum depression, but you got this height, and you figure out what the closest the center of the shell could land. And then you got burst from that, and that's as close as it can get. And actually, by doing a couple of test things, the Sherman is extremely good at that. The Sherman has a very small area around it that can't get hit by the main armament. Other tanks are, I mean, it's like a third the distance of other tanks. It's like crazy because it's got really high depression. It's got really good depression, and the turret is, can. It was just kind of a cool little exercise. So I guess you're making up your own set of rules, which there's nothing wrong with. I'm not going to be forced to play rules that just don't make any sense anymore. This doesn't fit, interestingly enough. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Modified set of rules from the 70s, I believe, called a Brew Up. That's a good name for rules. Fairly well detailed, although I have house ruled them heavily over the years for even more. Yeah, we were coming up with our own set of rules, but that just didn't work out. My partner, my gaming partner, was very nomadic. So we've settled on the Face of Battle. And I plan on modifying that when it just doesn't feel like it's got enough detail or what have you. Okay, folks, well, that's where we're going to wrap up for this moment. I'm sure we'll be back on today, but we got this one done. This one's nearly done. And we're going to fix this thing up too. But anyways, thanks for hanging out. Dan, thanks for stopping by. And we'll see you guys all on the next one. Bye-bye.